So we'll get started here in a second. Why is that not on? Okay, welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky, and today we are going to be making another painting by another one of my very, very favorite artists. Her name is Agnes Pelton, or Agnes Lawrence Pelton. And let's dive right into today's class, because we tried to do this just last week, and it was so hot in my studio that it just didn't work. The camera stopped working, the paint wasn't working properly. It's a little bit cooler, not as cool as I'd like, so I'm going to keep that in mind as we paint. But I think I've got a few different ideas of how we can approach it so that we can actually pull it off. Okay, so I thought it might be interesting to let you know that the artist that we're painting today, she has an exhibition that's up currently at the Palm Springs Art Museum until September of this year. So if you are in that vicinity, certainly go check it out, or maybe things will open up very soon and you'll be able to travel there and go and see it. I'll let you know just before we jump right into... here we are. There is an outline for today's episode, and if you scroll down here to number 27, you can see all the other classes we've done so far. You'll see 3 files in here. The first 2 are identical, and the last one is this image. So there's 2 versions of the tracing. One's a PDF and one's a JPEG. And where did I put that? Well, it doesn't really matter so much because I'm not actually going to do the outline, the paint or draw the outline onto the canvas for today, because we are going to just kind of paint directly onto some canvases. Now, I'll just show you, maybe it's worth just kind of checking in and showing you why these previous paintings did not work. So this was the first one, I think it was this way, that we tried to do, and we were using some, I think this was, what did we use, glazing medium, and tried to apply some over top of the surface, like some white with some glazing medium over top of the blue, and it dried so quickly that I wasn't really able to smooth it and blend it out nicely. It actually turned out, as it dried, not so bad. I mean, this isn't super pretty, but it actually looks better than it did when we first did it. Now, this is the next version of the painting. I kind of switched gears and thought, well, let's try to do this again. And it was kind of sloppy, but what is interesting is, despite those difficulties, the kind of strategy that I worked up kind of at the last moment in order to sort of salvage the episode before all the technology stopped working was actually, I think, a pretty good strategy. So this sort of goes into a little bit of my philosophy about painting anyway, is that there's no such thing as a real mistake. You know, Bob Ross would talk about the happy accident, and I think there's a lot of truth to that. That sometimes, if things aren't going your way, you end up sort of doing things in order, like, you know, flail around a little bit, and then you actually kind of find your way. And you kind of, like, I think I kind of stumbled on a different strategy than I would ever have used ever in the past. but I think I'm going to try using it again in this way, in a little bit more of a focused approach. So let's get some canvas out. Okay, so I'm going to take... I was debating whether I want to try to do 2 versions and show you the 2 different methods that I think would work. Again, with a little bit more of a humid and hot environment, and trying to do this with acrylic paint is not ideal. So there's 2. I think what I'm going to do is I'll do the one that's the kind of a nice version, and then if there's time at the end, I think I'll try to do a very fast version. So we'll kind of we'll play it a little bit by ear. Another thing I just want to mention right off the top is I spent the whole weekend. I got my vaccine on Friday, so I was thinking about doing a stream on Sunday, and then I was like, I don't really feel like being on camera. But I did do a ton of work, none of which you can see on camera, but basically everything here and here has been completely changed. I spent all this time cutting all this wood. There's shelves all behind here. It's all super organized. I'm super excited, and that's all through donations that you guys have provided. So all the wood and all that, all the screws and nails and glue, all that stuff was through your donations. So I'm super, super grateful for all of those of you who've been so generous helping out the show. And even for those of you that aren't able to contribute financially, I do really appreciate the engagement in the community, people sharing the videos and sharing your artwork. Speaking of which, I didn't even mention that there is this private Facebook group. How do I close that? Dedicated... Oh, that's not the group. Let's see. Here we go. So I encourage anyone who's watching me right now to join the private Facebook group that's just for people who are part of the class, to share their artwork, get feedback from myself and other artists, and to see the artwork that you guys are making, both in response to what I'm doing in class and also other things that you guys are working on as well here. So we can see all these really cool things that is going on. I get out super excited about checking in on this. It gives me a lot of energy and confidence. I feel a lot of enthusiasm, and that support encourages me to do more and more of these. So anyway, I just strongly encourage you guys to check that out. You'll see there's a ton of links up here for different things that I want to talk about with Agnes. Super fascinating biography, but you know what I think what we'll do is we'll get some paint on the canvas, and then I'll jump back and talk about this. And I see Joshua saying, oh, the background music's not playing. When I was setting everything up, I unplugged everything and plugged everything back in, and for whatever reason, the music's not playing today. That's why I was sitting here frantically trying to... Anyway, we'll see if we can get that sorted for next week. There's always, when you're dealing with technology, there's always something that wants to be a little bit silly. So anyway, what I'm going to do is... Generally, what I like to do is cover the canvas with a yellow ground to get started, and then I build over top of that warm yellow. After the experience of the previous episode, I think I'm going to go try something a little bit different, right? Because you know what they say, if first you don't... or doing the same thing over and over again is the definition of insanity, right? So I like to think that I'm not insane. So I'm going to try something a little bit different, which is I'm going to apply a cool blue ground underneath this painting, because what I know that this painting is an abstract composition, but there is still the suggestion of some kind of landscape here that it's like some kind of, Joshua said, like a trumpet, or it reminds me a lot of Fantasia, Disney's Fantasia, and Mickey Mouse's hat. I'm not exactly sure what that form is, and I don't think that she would have had a literal explanation for it. So I don't think she would have said, "Oh, that's the hat," or "That's the trumpet." I think she would have said, "Oh, it's a yellow shape that may not actually represent anything," because she was really interested in transcendental meditation. She was part of a group called the Transcendental Painting Group, although she was sort of like she wasn't the founder of the group, and she didn't really attend any of their meetings. She was a little bit older when that group formed, and they saw her as like the most incredible painter and the person that embodies all of the ideas behind the Transcendental Painting Group. Anyway, a lot of the imagery in her paintings comes from her experiences with meditation, which I think is really interesting. I'm a big believer in meditation myself. So I'm going to put down a cool blue on this ground here, and then I'm going to start building some colors over top of it. The reason I'm putting a cool blue down here, I was going into why, because there's a landscape-ish quality to this painting, and that suggests that there's a space, right? A three-dimensional illusionistic space that we can kind of enter into as a viewer. And if we think of it that way, then generally we want the background to recede, to kind of go backwards behind us, right? And we would want the things in the foreground to come towards us. So in this case, we have like a sky, right, which generally we think of as being kind of the furthest thing away from us. Although a sky is an atmosphere that is really air and other molecules that are surrounding us all the time. That's a whole other conversation. But generally, when we think of the sky, something very far away. So let's take a look here. What I've done is I just put some cool blue paint onto my canvas, and I poured a little bit of water in there. Not too much, but this is going to just thin the paint out a little bit. And I'm going to scrub this all over here. And only time will tell whether this was a smart decision or a bad decision. I don't think this is exactly how she would have painted it. She was painting with oil paints on canvas, and which is actually the way that I generally make most of the paintings that I exhibit and sell, up until very recently. Actually, recently I've been painting more and more acrylic painting, often just because I'm teaching so much of it that it's like those muscles, my acrylic painting muscles are much more developed than my oil painting muscles lately, so it sort of makes a little bit of sense to do that. Anyway, but if you're painting with oil paints, it is really easy to blend oil paint because it takes so long to dry. It can take, at minimum, unless you're putting some kind of additive in there, it can take, a couple of hours minimum to completely dry. And even then, it's probably not completely dry. It might be a little bit dry to the touch, but it still needs to kind of cure overnight. So there's a lot of paint on here, so I'm just going to wipe some of it off. So I'm just drying my brush off, and that's going to help soak up some of this excess paint. Okay, I'm just going to keep on going over here. Just pulling a bunch of this excess off here. This will help it dry and also help try to reduce a little bit of the streaking. This brush seems to be not the best brush. It's really making a lot of streaks. That's what you get for when you buy 5 brushes for $12 or whatever the cost of these brushes were. All right, I got these in a set. I make a point of trying to use the least expensive brushes and paints and all that kind of stuff possible, because this is a beginner's class, and I want, you know, people who are thinking about painting, you know, that we can do the vast majority of all the art ever made with relatively inexpensive materials. Just cleaning. I always find it so much. If this area gets really dirty, sometimes it intrudes into the painting, and sometimes it's hard for me to see the actual painting itself. Okay, so I'm gonna clean that brush off. Joshua says, yes, the saying goes, insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. Dolores had her second vaccine shot today. That's awesome. I'm a super big believer in vaccines. So I think everyone should have one. I come from, half of my family is teachers and the other half are doctors. So I believe in education, clearly, and I also believe in science. So anyway, that's a whole other conversation. So let's blow dry this really quickly, and then we'll start applying some paint over here. Again, notice there isn't an outline, which I normally do before I put a color over top. So, you know what? I think I am just going to give myself a quick little sketch on here. Oops, let's get, which one do I want? Just so I have some general idea of where some of the things in this picture are going to be. So if I make a little note to myself, that's the middle of the picture. And I don't know about you, but that sort of looks to me like about the middle of the picture. So if I have just a simple thing right here is last time I called this the whale, it was over here. Something like this. Again, I'm going to paint over all of this, but just as I'm doing it, I just kind of want a little bit frame of reference. I'm not even going to bother drawing the stars because I'll just I'll draw those in or paint those in a little bit more randomly than okay. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to start putting some white, or actually, yeah, I'm going to put some white, and then we're going to start kind of blending outwards slowly. So what I tried to do originally when we were doing this was to do some large areas of blending. And what's great about doing a large blended area is we can, if we do it right, we create a nice smooth gradation of color, and we do it quickly, right? However, when it's really, really hot and paint is drying really quickly, it is very hard to do big areas, because while you're working on this area is drying, and by the time you get over there, the paint is too dry to blend in, right? And then you're working away here, and this area is drying, and it's like it's hard, and it's a lot of anxiety, quite frankly, because you're just like right? So, and we're now in the middle of summer, where I am, and it's sort of pushing my luck to try to do large blended areas in acrylic. If it was oil paint, it doesn't matter. Whatever time of day, whatever time of year, you have a lot of time because the paint stays open longer. Now, I know what you're probably saying, especially if those of you that are just joining me and never seen me before, well, why don't you use slow dry medium, right? Or glazing fluid in there to slow the drying time down, and that way you can blend. You know what? That's what I did in this painting. But it was so hot in here, it was over 30 degrees Celsius or 90 degrees Fahrenheit, that even with those chemicals added into the paint, it was it oxidizing and curing so fast that the paint, all the water that's inside the paint was evaporating, and what I was left with was slow dry medium that was taking a long time to dry, but it kind of got sticky, and then it ended up taking, like, I put a lot of slow dry medium in here, and it was so wet, even with the hair dryer, that, you know, eventually it did dry. You know, it's dry now, but I was painting for like 2.5 hours, blow drying this, trying to speed up that process, and the chemicals in there just said, you know what, I am gonna be kind of tacky wet for the next like 5-6 hours, and that doesn't work when we're trying to do something on camera in real time. Okay, so let's get to the painting here. So I'm going to put some paint on my palette. Oh, this is a brand new tube here. Joshua says, I am also a big believer in education. I always like going on YouTube and learning about science and history. Absolutely. You know, I find I watch mostly YouTube stuff these days, and I'm on YouTube and I watch YouTube all the time, and I love listening to podcasts. I like putting on like long form videos, which is probably why I make like 3 or 4 hour long videos myself. But I like things that go on for a while, and that, you know, potentially I could get up and leave and go make myself a sandwich and come back, and I might have missed some stuff, but I can always rewind if there's something relevant that I want to watch, just like anyone watching me here. Okay. So what I'm going to do, learning the lessons from the previous version of this painting, I'm going to do small blending, and we're going to build our way out here. And we're going to start with white, and we're going to slowly go in every direction, adding a little bit more and more blue as we go. I am going to use a little bit of glazing fluid, I might use a little bit of the slow dry medium, but a little bit, right? Because if we add a lot of this, as I learned last time when I was adding like 2-to-1 slow dry medium to my paint, it really slows the drying time down, like to the point where it was not, I couldn't do anything because it was still so wet no matter what I tried to do, right? So I'm going to put a little bit of slow dry medium here on my palette, and just to kind of keep, but I'm not going to put it in just yet. So which brush? I'm going to use a relatively small brush for this painting. In fact, it might be worth getting some of my small brushes out right now. Right, so these little guys. I'm also going to have a number of larger brushes that I can use as blending tools. Now the best kind of tool for something like that is something like this. We call it a mop brush, and often it's used mostly in watercolor painting for doing large washes. Hence a mop brush, because you wash with it like you mop the floor, right? So a brush like this is great because it's quite soft and we can kind of blend with it. But if you don't have something like that, just any larger brush that is very soft, and that's the key. You know, I have some other brushes. I don't think they're like, so for instance, here's a few much larger mop brushes, right? And these, oh, they feel like makeup brushes, to be honest. Oh, it feels like a dog's tail or something. But what's an example? I thought I just had one in my hand here. So this brush here is a little bit more rough, and that would be a bad brush to use for blending, because it's just going to scratch the surface. And it's almost like we're trying to pet the paint away. We're trying to kind of pet little pieces of pigment to blend them into other areas. Okay, so let's start out. I'm going to basically do most of the painting with a small brush like that. You can see the size of it on my fingernail, right? Tiny little brush. Okay, and then let's just look at this version of the painting. Now, I might, what I'm going to do is I'm going to paint this white, and then I might go back and just do a little bit of glazing with some purple and then maybe some yellow on top of it later on. But let's just we'll start kind of simple, and we just want to get a transition from white to blue, from white into our warm blue around these edges, okay? So let's just kind of start out kind of right in here. And don't worry about these lines that I've drawn, because we're going to paint a darker color over top of them, so even if it's good if we go over them a little bit. And so in the center is, we want kind of the most solid of all the white. And then as we go to the edges, I'm just going to try to like softly blend it out, or just kind of almost like a dry brush a little bit, right? And you see there's these little tiny, let me zoom in here. So you can see there's these little, they almost look like little fingerprints or footprints, right? Don't worry about that. we're going to slowly cover all of that up. Okay, so I'm just going to get more paint on my brush. Let's just keep on going here. It's kind of like I'm scrubbing a little bit of this paint, right? Let's go over here and do the same thing. This is going to be one of those paintings. It's going to look pretty rough for a while until we get like so you're going to be a little bit upset and frustrated with yourself for the first like hour of making a painting using this specific technique. But you just have to kind of stay with the trust the process, and slowly we'll get there, right? So we want just something like that to start. Okay. Okay. And don't even worry if it's, you can see it's not even totally even here. That's totally fine. Remember I said we're going to put a little bit of white in here, or yellow in there, and a little bit of purple in here. But we'll do that eventually. We'll sort of kind of build up to that part. Okay. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to get, yeah, you know what? I think just as a little bit of a heads up, what I'm going to do is I'm going to slowly start mixing some blue, very small amounts of blue as we go out towards these edges. And then I might actually kind of start the process over again and just do a little touches up here and there, potentially even adding more white back into here. So let's take, in fact, I'm going to use this larger brush here to do that. So I'm going to take a bit of this warm blue and I'm just going to set it in here. Okay. You could use even a little popsicle stick for that kind of thing. So let's take a little bit of this white and let's just, like, I mean, there is barely any paint coming onto that brush right now. Barely any blue is what I mean, sorry. Okay, and let's just take this paint and just slowly kind of working it in here, right? I mean, can you notice any change? Not really. But it's part of, like, the important thing that we're kind of learning is subtlety. Right? Just very subtle transition. And it's harder to even see because we've got this blue background here that we're painting on. And again, you see how I just sort of let it kind of get a little scratchy as we go on the outside. Let's go back to the other side. Even take a little tiny bit of that slow dry medium. There's a lot of blue on it that time, so let's just add a little bit of white. You can see I'm being really slow on the addition of color in here because it's so easy to overdo it. And very, very slow. So let's continue. Let's add, I'm going to add just a little bit more. And here's the first time where I start seeing even a little bit of that blue coming through here. I think you can kind of see it on camera. If anything, it kind of looks a little bit like this, where it was just the white, but it was a little, the blue of the canvas is showing through, right? So let's just keep on going here. This isn't like the most sort of sexy way of making a painting. It's slow, but it's also like the most controlled way of doing it, right? The way that we can kind of assure ourselves of the ultimately the best results. So as I do this, I kind of go back and cover. So it's like each time I do, what's the way to describe it? Like I take, let's say, 3 steps forward. 1, 2, 3, and then I paint back to like the second step kind of thing, right? So I kind of like establish a layer that I'm going to be painting on. And I actually think that this particular kind of method of painting is much, much closer to the way that she actually painted. Because when I was teaching the previous version, which didn't work out, I ended up using this technique as my default when everything else didn't go right, and then I kind of did it kind of sloppily because I was a little bit everything was going wrong. But upon seeing it, I was like, oh, that's actually, I think inadvertently I stumbled back into the way that she did it, right? Which was kind of exciting for me personally. And so that's just like sometimes, speaking of science, that's how, there's lots of examples of famous discoveries in science that kind of happened by accident, right? Okay, so we're just adding a little bit more. Now you can see that's much more blue than it ever was before. Right, and then I kind of just go over these outside edges. Right, and it's going to be patchy. You can see mine is a little bit patchy. It's going to be patchy. If we want to get rid of the patchiness, it just means that we're going to have to do a little bit more work, and we might have to go over top of all of this a second time. And then we'll get a much more unified surface. Okay. So let's zoom back out a bit. Okay. Again, taking just a little bit of that slow dry medium. It does make the paint a little bit more brushable and maybe a little bit easier to manipulate. And you might say like, oh, well, now it's too, by the time I get here, it's not going to be dark enough. Don't worry about things like that. Especially, because we can go back and we can darken it as we go. Right? And if you get like, oh, that's a little bit too bright, we'll just add a little bit more blue back into here. So right now, I'm really actually quite happy with the transition of color. So we'll have a little bit of patchiness. We're going to come back over and do it again. We'll just keep on going. So as I mentioned at the beginning, I might go back, at the end of the episode and do a fast version of how you could do this with a much faster version of today's painting. But one of the reasons why I'm waiting towards the end of the episode is hopefully it'll be a little bit cooler. And the two things, if you're going to try to do large surfaces of paint and try to blend those, then what you would want is kind of cooler temperatures when it comes to acrylic. And you're painting actually kind of more thickly, like you're using more paint in that process, right? Alright, so there's a few little streaks in here. You could try to use a brush to kind of blend that, but yeah. I'm just going to keep on trucking here. I'm not going to really worry about that kind of thing. Just as of note, while we're doing this, one thing that is kind of interesting is this is our warm blue, remember, right? And can you see how when we add some white to it that it has a little bit of a purple quality, which shouldn't be surprising to anyone because warm blue leans towards red, right? And to get the best purple, we mix warm blue with cool red, and we're going to get a really nice vibrant purple. So essentially what that means is that the warm blue already has red in it, which is why it's warm, and you're just activating that red in it when you mix. You can make it go purple really easily just by adding a little bit more red, right? Okay, so we're getting closer to these edges here, and it's taking it hasn't been the fastest process, but it also hasn't been too painful. Now, obviously, we're not anywhere near as dark as the original, and that's totally fine so far as well, right? We're gonna take this white, go out to the edges, and then we're going to come back and kind of go back the other way so just trust the process here. Oops. Need a little bit more blue in here. Now, some people might be just more than happy with the painting kind of like this, right? So, if that's the case, then you're already, doing pretty good. Just looking at this painting and the stuff here on the side, do I want to tackle that? That might be good. Actually, you know what? I'm going to Yeah, I'm going to come down and do this, and then we'll paint some darker stuff over there. Just kind of keep things simple. So one of the benefits of doing all of this is we're covering the canvas with this color, which is going to already, as we paint over top of it, it's going to establish a kind of an underpainting, a gradient that we're going to paint over top of as we're going to build back out again. It helps us see how in terms of our space, like where we want to get to, right? So then we think, okay, now I need to get to that color here. So we need to make this full transition that we did from here to here. We need to shrink that gap so that this area can continue to get darker and darker. So that is also helpful for us just to kind of see. But I also think this is a great warm-up to this activity. Because if I said, let's blend this whole chunk of this transition from white to really what is, let's just say, purple, even though it's white or it's warm blue. If I said, let's do that here right off the bat, a lot of people are like, that's so difficult. So we've sort of eased our way into this process by doing a little bit of this mixing to kind of get started. Okay, so I think I'm going to blow dry that, and then I think I'm just trying to think if I want to do this area down here next. Let's see, what does this painting look like upside down? Oops. Could we, if we want to try to blend white back out to brown, I think I'm going to do that. And so we'll do kind of, yeah, okay, so let's mix a warm brown. Where's my top of my palette here? Okay. So let's get some more color on our palette. I'm going to take my warm yellow. And my warm red. And we'll mix a brown. And we'll kind of invert this and do it the opposite way into brown. So we've got some warm yellow, warm red, warm yellow, and warm blue. So let's mix this right here. There's probably a lot of red to get started, but we're probably going to mix this color a second time, so I'm not too concerned about nailing it the first time. Okay, some of this warm blue, mix all that up. So we basically started with a warm orange, right? Nice warm orange by mixing warm yellow and warm blue together. And then we get this color. Nice brown. And we're gonna do the same thing. So actually, I'm just gonna take this purple that we mixed on these edges, and we're gonna paint that purple back down and slowly blend it into this brown. Okay. So I'm just gonna continue along here. Let's take some white. Let's mix up a little bit more of this warm blue and white. Whenever I'm kind of painting like this, I'll kind of go in one direction, take the paint and blend it out a little bit to soften those edges, and then as quickly as possible come back to the other side and paint this area in. All right, let's just go right up to the edge here. Again, don't worry about how good of a job you've just done there. That's a great job you've done. Right? That's all you need to do. Okay. So now I'm going to take this color. In fact, let's mix a little bit more of it up here. So let's take this, mix up a batch of that blue, and let's just take a bit of this brown. We're going to add a little bit of brown into here. Okay, so don't worry about making it perfect or anything. Just taking that color. Right, you got to keep in mind this is our underpainting. Right, so we're just laying things into place. So see, a little bit too much brown. I'm just going to mix it back into some paint here. Okay. So by the time we're actually doing our final coat of the painting, we'll have had a little bit of practice of kind of blending the paint out a little bit, and we'll feel a little bit more confidence as we get to that part, right? Okay, so just taking a little bit of this paint, taking some of this original, blending them together. I'm just going to go right over top of these pencil lines I've drawn. I've purposely selected a relatively straightforward composition of hers so that we can, it's not too much of a stretch to try to draw this out ourselves, even once we've covered it with paint. And don't worry, obviously the image looks different than what we see on screen. Take a bit more of this brown. know, it's not the smoothest transitions between colors, but that's okay. We're not looking to get there just yet. And even if we don't get there in this painting at all, don't worry about it. Okay, so let's zoom out, just see where we're at. Okay. Cool. Oh, lots of things in the chat here. My goodness. Okay, everyone's talking about getting their shots and things. That's great, and people feeling pretty good. I was surprised. I didn't feel sore at all. People were like, "Oh, your arm is gonna be super sore." I didn't really, barely even feel it. But my whole thing was like, I was kind of like, "Oh, you know what? The best thing for me to do is just to keep busy." And I just started cutting wood and sawing and screwing and nailing. And I didn't feel anything. I think if I was deciding, you know, I'm going to sit down and just sort of watch some Netflix, I would start getting like, oh, I'm not feeling good and I'm sore. But that's just sort of my approach to we'll see how long that lasts as I get older and older. There comes a point where you just can't work through whatever you're dealing with, right? Okay. So this, I actually think we're doing really good. Like, as in terms of like a foundation for this painting, everything's really in place. And we've got these undercolors, and it gives us a roadmap for where we want to go going forward. So we'll build it out again. We're going to do some, actually, no, let's paint, I'm trying to think of what yellow do I want to put in here. You know what? I am going to paint some cool yellow. Or warm. You know, I'm going to paint a little bit of... Yeah, I'm going to paint cool yellow. And do the same kind of thing as a... just to help establish that... Looks like that yellow's out. Just clean this brush off. I think this yellow, I'm just going to put it straight in there. I'm not even going to bother doing any gradient or whatever, because, in fact, you know what? I'm going to put a bit of white in here. So the white's just going to help cover some of that blue. In fact, I'm going to put a bit more white in there. There we go. And so I decided to put some cool yellow down, and I might even do another layer of cool yellow, because the trumpet itself, the interior, like this area is really bright lemon cool yellow, but then it fades to warm yellow on the edges. And because I'll be painting warm yellow over top, I thought giving it some cool yellow could just keep it nice and vibrant. And I'm not too worried about making this perfect. I'm going to paint over all these edges again, and it's just going to, but I just want to kind of begin this part of the painting, and it might be just a little bit satisfying to see a bit of it in here. Now maybe just it might be helpful for some of you to kind of just redraw that really quickly. Often when I do something like this, I just paint it really carefully, like not really carefully, really lightly, I mean, so that if I do make a mistake, it's barely visible, right? And then I can go over top of my lines anytime. So probably I might paint over some of this, and some of this might get obliterated again. So if you don't get it right the first time, then when we paint other things over here, just be like, ah, you know what? I didn't like the first time I did it, so I'm just going to go right over top, and no one will know. Okay. So that's good. Another part in place here. Okay, so it is helpful when you're doing this kind of thing with acrylics that things are nice and dry, so that when I apply more paint on it, I'm not going to scrub the paint away and clean it off the canvas. I want it nice and dry, right? So let's just give it one little... Okay, so next step is let's do this. We're going to blend out again, and as we do that, we'll kind of take the lessons of the first pass of color into consideration, and you know, I think. Remember how I did the previous one. I can't even remember, but I might even have done this with the previous painting, but there is the temptation to maybe start from the darker color and lighten up as we go towards the middle, which could work. It will work if you want to do it that way. The thing is, it's always easier to darken a color than it is to lighten a color. So if we were to start dark and then try to lighten up, you're going to continually be making all these mixes of paint that you can't use anymore, right? Because you want to make it darker and darker, which means you're lightening it up. You're adding more and more and more white into it, whereas we can just add a little bit of blue each time to darken it. Okay, so how about let's do this over here this time. Let's scoop out a bunch of that paint. Okay. So let's... all these little things that show up on the canvas. So let's start again. And remember, I said I'm going to put some yellow in here eventually, but let's just keep things simple for ourselves before we get that far. And let's kind of do the white, pure white. I'm actually going to say, instead of trying to do all that blending, because the main part of this transition is blue transitions right there. So I'm actually going to start my blend right here. Okay. So this is all just pure white right out of the tube. So now let's add, take some blue. And start this blending process. Okay. Let's do the other side. Okay. And you can also just take, let's get a clean rag here. Just sort of, if you can take some of that paint off of your brush, and while it's still a little bit wet, just kind of quickly going in and softening some of these edges. Cool. Okay, so now, so we had this white and then a little sliver of a darker blue. Let's just keep on going. I'll just take the paint off. Soften that up. I may even, well, I'm just going to continue doing this. The more I look at that painting, it actually looks like we've got pretty much this color throughout here, but let's do one thing at a time. We can always come back to that. There's definitely things that, that I look at the canvas the first time and I see certain things, and then as I paint on it, the painting kind of changes and I see that's one of the crazy things with painting. A little too abrupt transitions. Add a little more white in here. A little bit more blue. There we go. I'm just going to continue here. It's a little too dark, so let's just... So you could see that now I'm kind of I'm compressing the blending, right? So whereas this color here was actually up here, now I'm here. Right, same thing. This was, you can even see how it was lighter here as I'm going, right? And it really helps to have that first layer of paint there to help as almost like a guide to help me see how quickly I need to actually do this, or how short that transition period should be. All right, just wipe off that excess paint. And then the other thing too is I'm not super. You can see that I'm only worried about this edge. I don't really care what's happening here because I'm going to put darker colors that are going to blend into that darker side. But I do want to try to avoid any ridges. And if there's big blobs of color, I just kind of smudge them away. Oh, I want the other side too. I forgot about that. And you can see that I do one side and then I move over to the other side. I'm not trying to get ahead of myself here. Okay, so I can put all that down, and if that's there, then I can come in and just try to soften that up. And if it's too dry, that's okay. I can just come back and add a little bit of the transitional color into here. Just a little bit in between, right? I do like this. Yeah, I'm going to keep on going, but I'm going to bridge that gap there eventually. But let's just finish what we've begun. Oops, let's go the other way. Well, actually, I'll just kind of show you what I'm doing here when I do that. I kind of put down some of that darker color. And then I kind of, now that I know it's a little bit too dark, I can go in and mix a little bit more white back into this color. And this is the kind of thing that I'm pretty sure she was doing some variation of in her painting. Like if we look, let's zoom right up into it. Like look at all of this. You could see that there's these little tiny brush strokes. It's not one big swath of color that she's applying over top, she's doing probably something exactly like what we're doing right now. Okay. Let's go even darker. Oh, you know what? I gotta go back. I want to do the other side. And there's a little bit of, you just got to go in and, oops. Okay. Darken. I think I skipped a couple times on this side, so let's just keep on going a bit darker here. Missed this area here, I think. Oh. Oops. So, again, this is a different method of painting than we've used thus far. Right? It's very slow and methodical. But slowly we get to the results we want. This is very similar to the way that the Cubists did a lot of their work. We had a very similar kind of approach to the way that they were blending shapes. I am getting a little bit lazy as I'm doing this, which is a bad thing. Sometimes I just get a little. This kind of style of painting is a little outside of my comfort zone. It's like I generally. It's a little slow for my temperament. Okay. Okay, so now this is pretty close to, this is the blue almost on all by itself. A little bit of white in here. Again, you could easily just paint right through that yellow and we're going to paint over that again later. While I'm right here, I'm just going to go kind of back the other way and make this a bit darker. Just if we zoom out, it's a little, you know, it's, she probably would have worked on her canvas for quite a while, but, and it's a little splotchy, but we're getting there. So we're going to continue doing this. We'll do this all around this side, and then we're going to start, we'll do the opposite down here, and then I might come back and alter this again a little bit. So you see sometimes like I just go in and get a little bit of the, add a little bit more white in there to kind of brighten things up. I can't remember what these shapes were here. I don't really care because I'm just going to paint right over them. There's a fine balance here between painting and scrubbing and blending and then just letting things dry. Otherwise, you sort of make the problem worse if you've got a problem. In fact, you know, I'm going to put just a little bit of slow dry medium into the paint as I continue going forward here. Just helps like that, the whole blending process. So, you know, personally, I love this effect. you know, despite the fact that I was saying that it's a bit of a pain in the butt to do, to be quite frank. The overall effect, like just looking at it right now, I'm like, wow, I think that's really cool. I like seeing that texture, and you can see the same texture in her painting. I could totally see some other people not liking this little bit of a, it looks slightly rough. It doesn't have the nice transition that you might see on a computer graphic, right? Where we have like perfect transition from one color to the other. The computer algorithm makes it look gorgeous. We don't get that in this particular kind of a process. But I like that. I don't want to be a computer. I want a little bit of the handmade kind of quality going on. Do I want to? How dark do I want to make this up here? Well, we'll see. I could be pretty happy with like this kind of thing right now. I don't know. The little problems that happen I can see right here. See how it kind of comes across? I'm probably lighten this up a bit here, because I want it to kind of seamlessly go behind this trumpet thing, I think, as Josh called it, right? Wow, I like that. It's personally a cool effect. And again, I want to stress that I stumbled upon this technique. I mean, I've used it before in the past, so it wasn't like I invented anything, and it's not like it was the first time I did it. But my original plan was to do a large blend because of the warm temperatures in the last episode. I did a version of, you remember, if I was doing that before, I was doing kind of a quick X kind of pattern, which works, but it definitely looks a little bit, you can see down here, a little bit kind of sloppy, right? So, you know, it's yeah, I don't know. I'm just pretty pleased at this moment. So I'm actually gonna, let's just do, at this point, because I'm adding just a little bit of white in, like like right now this is pure blue right out of the tube. I just squeezed, so that you know, I'm right here, and this is going to be a different color as well. I think I'm going to in this instance, I'm not so worried about trying to I can add white to this color to lighten it, and it won't be too difficult to do that. So here I just added a little bit of white into this color to help kind of manage the transition. Although, you know, now that I'm looking at that, yeah, okay, I'm on the right track. Let's add a little more white in here. Just soften that up a bit. Okay. I think that's really good for the. There's, it's areas like this. I'm going to touch that up. I think I'll do another pass on that later on. I think what I want to do now is just focus on the bottom, and then we can again come back and clean this up. So, as I've said a number of times, it's not the fastest method, but it's the one that is going to ensure that we get the most amount of accuracy. And that might seem kind of funny because you're like, it doesn't seem like I'm being very accurate. It seems like kind of spotty. But if you were to do this very slowly, and you're really just mixing a little bit and putting it into place, then it's kind of like pointillism, and we can really control very precisely where every color is. The other thing too is, when you've got it can be kind of frustrating because, like, again, I'll just use this little, because you can see a kind of abrupt change here, and my instinct might be to just start going in there and fixing it and correcting it now, right? There's little areas like that. If I was painting in oil paint, absolutely, totally fine. That would be, but with acrylic, if I start going in here, it's more like, especially if this has been drying and it's 80% dry, and if I start fiddling with it, I'm more likely to actually get a patch, scrub up some paint, pull up some paint, and then I've got to go and now fix that, and it's just like, so often with acrylics, it's about kind of pacing. You put some stuff down, you let it dry, you use the hair dryer, and then you just let it dry and move on to a different place, and then come back to things. And also sometimes, that this area that might be driving me crazy right now, even though it doesn't really, I could live with it, but I will fix it. It's entirely possible that doing work down here just neutralizes that. It just balances it out, and then you may not even see it or notice it until later on, right? Or you may not even notice it at all anymore. It just disappears just by the way that is one of the weird things with painting, and it's really hard to describe to people that haven't painted or haven't painted much what that experience is like. But when you have that experience, it is actually kind of cool, where you're like, oh gosh, you know what, that was like the worst part of the painting, and now you don't really even notice it anymore. Interesting, right? File that into the memory bank. Okay, Joshua asks, when will the next Celebrating Viewers artwork happen? I think I was a while ago in my calendar planning for it to be this past weekend, but I think it might be this weekend. I just have to check the calendar because my wife, I think, bought us tickets to that Van Gogh exhibition, the digital thing downtown, and I can't remember if it's this weekend or the weekend after. So, but I will let you guys know as soon as possible. By Thursday, I should know. But I appreciate the reminder. Thank you, Joshua. Okay, so I'm actually going to blow dry this. I'm going to rotate the canvas and we'll work the other way. But because this will now be on the bottom, I don't want to get my shirt sleeves all over top of it. So I'm feeling really good about this painting. I imagine some people tuning in and out like, oh, but again, that's from my experience having been painting for 20 years and having that level of perspective where I know that this is a stage in the process. Not that, because I never expect one chunk to be finished let's say the painting takes, let's say, just 3 hours. I never expect, okay, I'm going to have this done 30 minutes in, this done 3 minutes, this 30 minutes, like in these chunks. I see a lot of people on YouTube teaching people to do it that way. If it works for you, great, absolutely. I mean, there's no reason that this is the only way to do it. This is just the way that I was taught, and really the way that all the great painters that we know of, you know, the majority of them anyway, paint. So there's, I always think, okay, I'm going to paint this area. If let's say it's a 3-hour painting, I'm going to paint on this for 10 minutes, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, and then 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, you know, like, so that slowly things are developing. Because it's entirely possible, as I said, that this area, you know, as I was painting it, I was like, I don't know, and then I start falling in love with the very thing that was driving me crazy earlier, right? So, let's see, how do we want to approach this now? I think I'm gonna do, I want to touch up this area. It's got to be orange, orange and brown. And I want this blue, I think, transitioning into orange and brown. This is a great undercolor that I've got here. You can see this color is kind of just floating a little bit underneath here. Now, obviously, things are painted over top of it, but it's there kind of grounding things. So what I'm looking for right now, as I'm trying to make up my mind what to do next, is, oops, what is the next color? Because we're thinking about these things as layers, right? So what is the next layer that goes on here? Right, so if we've got this blue that's hidden underneath, we want to get to this orange brown. Because it looks to me almost like, if I was to say what her process was, that she went all brown and then put this orangey yellow over top of everything. And not that I want to do the exact steps and process that she did. Sometimes, especially with time, we can kind of cut some, because we're not trying to make this exact masterpiece. We're just trying to get it done in about 3 hours, I think, is usually my goal. So the question in my mind, do I just want to go directly to that orange, or should I do the brown first? You know what? I think what I'm going to do, I'm actually going to turn it back around and drive me nuts. And I'm going to paint. Start with my brown and work my way up here into some blue. Kind of the opposite of what we did here. So remember, when we were painting this, we took the same blue that we had underneath here and we blended it into the brown. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to take a brown and I'm going to come back and blend it into a bluish color. Yeah. So remember we mixed that color. Let's mix it again. And remember I said we're going to have to mix this twice. So take some warm red. We're going to use a bunch of all this, so I won't worry about not using all of this. So now we've got this is a very reddish orange. Let's make it a bit more on the yellowy side. Perfect. Oops, right now out of camera here. Let's take some warm blue and mix this. You notice just as how I take, when I get all this paint, I just kind of take it and rub some of that extra paint that often builds up on the side of the brush. Okay. And then I'm just gonna, you know what, I need a little bit more warm blue in here. Although, you know what, I might actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I might take this warm blue and take some of my brown, mix this down here, so get a much darker brown. So I'm painting this darker brown all the way across, and then I'm just sort of with my dry brush letting it go up a little bit higher. Right? And then I'm going to come back in here and get a bit more of this other brown, and I'm just going to paint it here. With this process, I just have to keep telling myself to go slowly, Michael. My instinct is to want to just start slapping paint all over here, and to, because I can get really impatient, and it's like, okay, Michael, that's not what this is all about. You gotta go a little bit slow. In fact, in order to help that process, this is the size of brush I was using. I'm going to use a smaller brush, because that smaller brush will sort of force me to go slower. Right? I can't do these big brush strokes with a small brush. It just doesn't really work. So. So let's take this same color and let's start mixing it into this paint here. So I'm going to take a bit of warm blue and white and mix a little bit into here. Just like what we were doing up here, but this one's kind of a little bit just going across. So some white and warm blue, and we just put a little bit of brown back into that. And I'm just sort of, as I do that, I'm just sort of drying my brush off as I go across. just keep on going. Warm blue and white in this paint. There's going to be shapes that are going to cover a bunch of this as we go too, right? So even if it's not absolutely, and it won't be perfect, because who cares about perfection anyway, except robots, but that's good. This is good. I like it. Getting more blue and white into this mixture here. Whoop, that's a lot, but we'll blend it in. Just trying to blend some of this up into here, just using my dry brush. Just taking some of that color, barely anything, and pulling it up into that area. Okay. If there's like little areas where it's a little patchy, it's okay. I'm just going to go back in with my brown. Add a little bit of brown on there. Okay. Do that again up here. Okay. So I'm gonna everything's really it's good, but it is a little bit patchy because sometimes I'm scrubbing up some paint rather than blending the paint. So I think what I'm going to do in a second here is just blow dry this, and then I can do anything else I want over top of it. Excuse me. Continue. I just want to do a little bit more of this blending, taking this warm blue, oops, get a bit more white in here. I know I'm going to paint over some of this in a second, but remember I said it was a little bit patchy. So I just want to go in and fact, adding just a little bit of slow dry medium too will kind of help. Okay. So I'm just taking, yeah, like this little bit of slow dry medium color. It's almost like we're doing a little bit of glazing, just touching up any places you felt kind of might need it a bit. And you could do this as a glaze as well. And I think we will do some glazes towards the end of this painting. Okay. So what I'm there's going to be a red shape right here, and then we're going to get dark right up there. So to get that dark color, what I'm going to do is we're going to take this same actually to get that dark color, I'm going to have this darker brown that we mixed back over here. I'm going to add a bit of cool blue to it to help make it go even darker. I could add a bit of black to it, but that's going to be really intensely dark. I mean, it sounds kind of obvious, but I don't know if I want to go quite that dark. Okay, so I'm painting these shapes here, and I'm just trying to soften the edge as I'm painting them in, so that I can later blend into them. Okay. So I'm just wiping some of that paint off and just going to see if I can smooth this out. I'm probably going to darken that, the very top of it, but I want to now get this transitional area here. So we have this brown, this blue, and now I'm just kind of going right into that darker color on the bottom of it. that again. So I'm going to take this brown, get a bit of the blue and white into it. Oops. Okay. Okay, and then I'm going to go back the other way. I'm going to take a bit of the darker color and just to help kind of complete this transition. Okay, and then I'm just going to go full on with my darker color. Up into the darkest part of this area. See, like that white part, that's paint where it was still wet, and so I keep scrubbing paint off of there. So I'm not sure how that looks on camera, but it's coming along. Just slowly blend this back out. And again, let's just, if we zoom in on her version of it and mine, hers looks fantastic, doesn't it? I'm going to keep on, I'm just going to work on this for another 5 minutes here, and then I'm going to move on to the rest of it. But darken this again. Like, I don't know if, like, one of my most helpful tools is my rag. Is often just wiping excess paint off, and then I've got a dry brush that I can use for blending. Because I think a lot of people think we're always blending wet paint into other paint, and sure, that works really well. But even just taking a little bit of of dry, having a dry brush is really helpful for blending paint. I do this all the time. Okay, I mean, obviously I could continue working on that area over and over and over. There's still lots of things I want to do here, so I'm going to kind of move on, but I think I feel pretty happy with that. Let's actually, if we look at this area here, putting in this cool magenta reddish form, it'll go right here. And maybe before that, I'm just going to blow dry this. Yeah, you know what? Let's just move on. It's not about perfection, right? It's just that we want the experience of doing, just learning the techniques, right? Okay. So the next thing is applying this, and we can even just kind of quickly sketch in where it's going to go. So it'll be somewhere like this. And it kind of comes up and into here, right? So let's just take some, this is my cool red, right out of the tube. And let's put this in here, so. You can see I'm kind of trying to find this shape that I want to put in. Right, kind of build slowly. Kind of nice arc that she did here. So here, I think I'm going to add some, I'm going to add a little bit of slow dry medium into the paint. Oop, there we go. And so I'm just going to mix this into a little bit of paint and almost kind of use this as a bit of a glaze. See me kind of like scrubbing with it a bit. And then softening that edge up. Now, right now there's a big highlight there, but that's going to go much darker as that paint dries, right? It's just kind of quite thick up there. So let's just see if we go across. So I've got this slow dry medium on my brush, and it's making it a bit more transparent, which I like for right now. So, to come across there, that's going to be tricky. Okay, just wiping some of this paint off, and then I'm just going to, again, there's slow dry medium in here. It really helps this whole blending process. I'll just blend some of this out. And actually, you know what? I'm just going to wait for that to dry, and I might just darken it a little bit. We'll have to see. I also don't mind it terribly like this, so. Yeah, I mean, this is intended to be this hump here, but you know, I'm kind of going closer to the edge of the canvas than I had planned, so I might just start working on that. Let me think. Yeah, you know what, while I'm right here, I'm just going to take this paint. Now this is a slow dry medium in that paint, so it's making it more transparent. To get this arc, I'm going to paint color in here, so I'm not too fixated on making that. Okay, so I just started sketching this in. You know, again, like I was saying, there was parts of this, remember this being very splotchy? I don't know, I'm kind of happy with that side of the painting. I don't know if I'm probably going to do a little bit of touching up here, but you know, I can live with what I've done here. If I wanted to go back here, I could go fix that. Okay. There's a bunch of slow dry medium in here, so I could either blow dry it or just move on. I think I'm just gonna move on and paint this shape that I've called the whale a few times. So, and you'll notice that there's, you know, some brighter parts. I think I'll glaze a little halo of white over top of some of these areas to brighten that up. So. What is this? A little friend here. I always have to just leave those things alone because drive me crazy. So this dark shape, that's going to be black eventually, but I'm just going to use this same dark color that we used up here. I'm going to put it down here for right now. Not sure how visible that is on camera. So how big should this get? Looks like it kind of finishes right about there. If you're finding any of today's painting a little bit tricky, keep in mind that what we're doing is, without a doubt, some of the most difficult things that you can do when it comes to painting. Blending acrylic paint, getting gradients with acrylic paint is not easy. There's a reason why a lot of artists don't use this process. Is to pull it off, you got to do it really well, and you got to have had a lot of experience doing it. And a lot of artists don't want to try doing something like this because it's a little trickier. And of course, I would say that Agnes Pelton is, if I try to think about it, I can't think of really that many other artists that were able to do what she did as skillfully from like a craftsperson perspective as her. Like maybe Arthur Dove did a pretty good job. Big flat, these big airy gradations of color. I mean, Alexander Colville, maybe another Canadian artist. We'll be doing a painting of his in a month from now. Yeah, I mean, it's a very limited list of artists that were at her level of technical ability. And I would really put her probably at the very top. I mean, there's a reason this is a master study, right? We're looking at the greatest artists if in the entire history of humanity. I would put her as definitely one of the very, very, very best from a technical perspective. Whether you like the imagery or not is entirely irrelevant. I think and that's it's an interesting thing to discuss when we talk about painting, is that sometimes what we think of as I think actually, yeah, it's worth just sort of stopping for a second. Like when it comes to the things that artists think about in terms of like is very different than what viewers often are. Viewers often will make a distinction between representational painting and abstract painting, and that they are two totally different things. There's no overlap whatsoever. I think artists, however, don't see it that way. They just see like it's just a different way of applying paint, like spreading butter onto toast, right? It's not like one is inherently better than the other. It's just, what do you want to do with these techniques? And that'll go into a very interesting conversation we'll have about Ken Danby, who will talk about, I think he's our Canada Day artist, if I recall off the top of my head. Very famous for painting a hockey goaltender, which is like very Canadian. Also, the hockey playoffs are going on right now. But looks like things are getting hot. Oh, okay. Or maybe that's just a battery. We'll see. Whew. What? My overhead camera, I hope, is not overheating. It might be. Okay, I might have to go run and get an ice pack again. So instead of me telling stories, let me try and get this painting finished here. Where am I? Okay. Got my whale that I put in here. What should we do next? Okay. I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to blow dry this and then I'm going to start painting. I'm going to put some actual white down here. I'm going to blow dry that first. Let's blow dry this. Again, you can see that, like, I don't have all the solutions figured out. I'm just figuring it out as I look at the painting and using the painting as like clues for everything. While that's drying, I want to go into this area right here, which I've sort of neglected for a little while. So let's zoom in. And I'm going to put a little bit of, so I had this, oh, that's pretty dry. Take this white and blue, mostly blue, and some brown. Just want to paint. Actually, let's do this in a bit more. I'm getting kind of sloppy there, so I'm going to take this brown. Okay. And then I'm going to just add more blue into the mixture. What's going on here? Lots of white or something in there. as I come up here, there's just basically blue on my brush. Yeah, I might darken that. I'm going to let that dry, though, for a little bit here. Let's zoom out, actually. And come down to the... Okay, so the next thing I'm going to do, I need some warm yellow. So I'm going to make an orange with some white in it, a little bit. This is warm yellow and red. That might be okay. Let's put a bit of slow dry medium here just to help with the blending. Put a bit of that slow dry medium there. Okay. So let's paint around here. In this case, I'm going to take my mop brush and just soften that outer edge. Let's just kind of go back. Let's do that up here. Okay, and then let's come down under here. Let's move over. It's mostly is that all the orange I need right there? I was thinking about putting, although you know what, it's different. I have two monitors. I got a television monitor and my computer monitor, and it looks slightly different on each one. Smallest brush. So I'm just trying to get the shape in place. That's why I'm sort of taking my time. There we go. So that's going to fade a bit this orange. Oh, and now that I see she's also outlined that whole thing in orange. I don't know if I'll do that. It's a little bit too precise with detail that I don't think we'll see on the small canvas. But let's take, now that I've got this in place, so this is my orange with some slow dry medium in it, and I'm going to take it and just use my mop brush just to soften these edges a bit. I'm going to make this more yellowy as we go, but just laying the foundation here for that. Okay, I'm going to blow dry that. I see Lori in the chat says, can anyone tell me why some of my text chats turn gray and when I send them they don't post? I don't know, Lori. I don't know. I mean, I see the one, the last couple that you posted there. It's good to see you in the chat. I don't know why some of your other ones aren't working there. Maybe by chance one of the words you used is flagged or something. I don't know. All of this stuff is all automated. It's it's such a weird world we live in now. So the computers are moderating our speech, but anyway, I'm sorry you're having some trouble there. I'm gonna add a little bit of white now into this mixture. That's very peachy. Do I really want that peachy color? I think that's more like what I want, right? Yellowy. Okay. Now let's put a bit of more slow dry medium in there. There's a lot of paint on my brush, so let's just take some of that off. So paint it in and then quickly try to spread it out and around. Get a mop brush if you've got one, or just a soft brush. Just try to smooth some of that out. I think I'll do a little bit more over here. And then quickly come in and soften that up. So what I would do is blow dry this. It's a little patchy in places. That's fine, right? We would expect that kind of thing. I don't want to start fiddling with it. I can fiddle with it when I put my next layer on top. Okay, it looks a little bit better. I'm gonna let that. I'm gonna let that dry for just a little bit here. Let's just see. I see this kind of little halo of this cool blue. Well, it's mostly white with a little bit of cool blue in there. So let's take some white, a little bit of cool blue, just kind of blend that up a bit. Let's take some slow dry medium here. Mix that in thoroughly. Again, that slow dry medium is going to help with the blending process. And in fact, I'm going to go to a smaller brush. So I paint a all the way across here as quickly as possible, and as my brush starts to get a little bit drier, I just take my mop brush and I go across. Right, I know it lost some of its intensity, but it's to be expected. Take my mop brush again. Remember I said I was going to do paint back on top of this shape again, so don't worry about that, we'll get there. Okay, so I think I need to blow dry this, because I can see I'm scrubbing some of that paint away, right? Do this, I think probably just one more layer should be good enough. Okay, and I'm gonna go, let's quickly grab it. I should have another brush ready just to kind of spread that out. Mop brush. I see it dried a little fast. Darn it. Okay. So if that happens, that's okay. I'm just gonna have to widen this up a bit. Make sure I got that slow dry medium on here. I kind of pushed things by making this a kind of a long, longer shape. I should have just done a small section at a time. Oh, it's what happens when you're towards the end of the painting and you just get, you're like, I can do it. I'll just do one big area here. Paintings always make you pay for your impatience. Alright, so I should do a little area like this, and then quickly come in and try to blend it. See, now there's that little patch there that needs to dry, so I'm gonna have to blow dry it again. I don't know why I just did this, because I know it's not gonna work, but part of me always is like, oh, maybe chemistry will just stop working for a moment. The universe was going to help me out here. So I'm going to have to blow dry and then touch that up. Okay, so as much, well, you know, I can also just go, I'm going to paint some black over there, and that will get rid of some of that weird super brightness, because we really want this kind of pin light to come across here. So maybe let's do that right now. I've got a bunch of brushes that are wet, so let's just do a quick clean. Although I am maybe a little bit inspired to, before I move completely on, I'm just going to paint this a white line, and we'll put some yellow over top of it. She's kind of outlined it with red, and I'm going to keep mine kind of simple. So I just used the same white that I used up here, so it's got a bit of a blue cast to it, because I put some of that blue, cold blue in there, but we're going to paint yellow over top, so it's going to disappear. I hope it's not going to go too greenish, but even if it does, I won't lose any sleep over it, I'll tell you that. This would have been nice where if it was a little bit of a smoother canvas, I could have got maybe a little bit nicer of a line, but okay. And you know, there was this area here that was orange. Maybe I'll just paint a bit of that back in here. Let's paint some more white and yellow into this area right here. So as I'm blending it, there was a few little things in there that didn't want to blend properly, and it makes this have to go a little bit wider than I wanted, but that's what the painting wanted to do, right? So you can fight it, or you can just let the painting be, right? And it's always easier just to let the painting be. Paintings are like little children. They're pretty stubborn. And you can occasionally get a painting to do exactly what you want it to do, but for the most part, it's going to fight you and fight you and fight you until you just go, oh, okay, whatever. You do what you want to do. Okay, so let's just take a quick little look at where we are in comparison to the original. You know, we're not too far off, especially kind of considering how slow this process is, and this area here. How did that? A little bit of. It is kind of glowing on both sides, isn't it? Oh, well. You start wanting to touch, you start touching something up, and then something else starts, you know, it's like dominoes, right? And then before you know it, you're touching everything up all over again. I could be pretty, I want to outline that with a orange. We're going to wait for this to dry. It's been a while since we've gone back up here, so remember I said I was going to do something with that sky and just do a little tweak here and there. Interesting post. So Lori says, I had cataract surgery about a month ago, and I can't believe how vibrant the world looks. I didn't realize there was a cast of yellow over everything. Hoping this will help my paintings. Super interesting. I love hearing stuff like that. It is interesting how like subjective our experience of color actually is, and they've done tests where they show the same color to a bunch of different people and ask them to kind of talk about it or rate it, and often people have very, very different views as to what that actual color is. Okay, so I'm just gonna do a couple of little, see if I can bring that back into line, that one little area that remember I said was slightly off. So let's put a bit of slow dry medium and paint. Let's see if I can, does that have any gray in there? So I want to make sure I don't have any. A little too blue. Go in there. So I'm just going in and sort of taking care of places where it was a little spotty. Kind of just blending in a little bit. Sometimes you wonder if it's improving. I think it's improving. I kind of got rid of a little bit of that line that was, oops, there. I was don't speak too soon, Michael. There might have been a few other colors on. I didn't really wash my brush too thoroughly, but ay, ay, ay. Trying to match colors is, you know, a art in of itself. Takes practice, just like anything else, but it is really a super important skill to learn a little bit of how to touch up things when they're not exactly the way you want them. Let's see, where can I put that? So I'm just taking a bit of just blue, putting some slow dry medium into that blue. Maybe I'll put a little more. So this is my warm blue. And I'm just going to take that and go a little bit around this edge. Take my mop brush. Just give a bit more of a vignette effect, this darker edge around the side of the periphery of the painting. And you can even just kind of, because there's a lot of slow dry medium in here, you can go into some of the lighter areas and it'll just sort of fill in a little bit. I could say the edge of the side of the painting there. That needs to be lightened up a bit, so let's just do the opposite. Add a bit of white in there. It's now scrubbing a bit off. I just got to be a little careful. You just don't want to overdo it, so I have to blow dry that. Okay, so we're getting pretty close. What I want to do here, let's work on the trumpet now and stars. So with the trumpet, we started, remember we put some, let's make sure this brush is nice and clean. We painted some white, and I'm going to do that again just to get this a little bit more solid, I guess. Got some yellow. Let's put a little bit of fresh white on here so we don't contaminate, because we've got blue in a lot of things. So this is my cool yellow. I'm going to put mostly white in here just to really help cover. Just don't like that patchiness of the blue that was there, so that'll take care of everything real quick. And then we'll paint So I kind of rounded these corners. I didn't realize until we looked at it closer that it was actually more triangular, sharp edges. So okay. And then I'm just going to finish this off. I'm going to come up here. And again, I'm going to paint over this with a different yellow shortly, but adding some white here will make my life easier, so I don't have to put 5 coats of warm yellow over top of this blue. Just got to turn the canvas momentarily here to get at. I don't know, I kind of like that color as it is, but and you know, as I look at it, she's done some just gorgeous things here with the color. Like, let's zoom in on her version here, and you can see that's like all of this stippling, like there's some exquisite detail in there. Obviously, like tiny little brush strokes. Look at these tiny little dots of color. Right? That's gorgeous. I'm not going to do all that. If you want to do that, that would be awesome. But I'm not going to go quite that far down the rabbit hole here. Just going to finish tidying up this shape. Okay. So there is also, remember I was saying there's this yellow down here. So I'm going to put a little bit of that there. We'll do that really quickly. Okay, so to do that, again, we're going to use some slow dry medium. And white. So I've got the color on my brush, and then I'm just going to wipe my brush off because I mixed it with that, and then I'm just going to come in here with a bit more of the slow dry medium, and then I'm just going to paint very thin coat of it around here. I may not even need my mop brush. I just kind of lightly dusting it into here. So you see how much easier this is? Imagine we were trying to mix that color transitioning into the white and into the blue. That would just drive us all nuts, right? So this, in fact, I'm not even sure if you can see that. I can see it's pretty clear on my end, but just this little touch of yellow. In fact, I might even do a little bit more. I like how it kind of blends out. But let's, I would blow dry that. Actually, before I even do that, let's just continue this. What goes on here? There's a, oh, it's a blue shape. Interesting. Oh, can't see what I'm doing here. So we're going to put some blue there in a second, but that's a good kind of start, I think, in that area. maybe while I'm down here, let's take some of the warm yellow and paint over this line that we painted blue, this white blue earlier. Not going to be able to get as nice sharp of a line as she did, but it's always important to remember that with pretty much every painting we've painted, the original is usually sometimes like twice, 3, 4 times the size of the painting. At least I'm painting on a 9x12 canvas. And most of the time artists are painting a little bit larger than that. Oops, let's... nice... I could see that red being kind of really nice to give it that glow, but I don't think I'm going to do that. Starting to kind of gotta hustle here a bit. So let's get a bit of, I can blow dry that to see it's shiny and wet. Lori asks, how do you keep your blending brush, your mop brush, clean? Because it's dry. Mine always gets dry paint and then gets scratchy, so it doesn't work well. You know, a couple of usually if I know I'm not going to use it for a bit, I try to clean it and put it in some water, and then try to get it out of the water so it can dry as quickly as possible. Mine also has gotten kind of crunchy and scratchy. I tend to kind of, as I'm using it, I often will paint with it. Here, I'll show you in a second. I will often, let's say, paint like this, and then I'll kind of slightly rotate it and paint on the other side. Like, rarely am I kind of straight above using it. That's why it's nice to have a few of these around. I mean, they cost like $10, $12 for a cheaper version of one, and it's a pretty good investment if you're planning on doing a lot of blending in terms of painting. Not every artist wants to do blending. By all means, you don't have to. But if you do think you're going to be doing a lot of it, having multiple of that same tool, so one can be drying after it's been cleaned while the other one's in use, and you're kind of rotating them in and out, is probably a good idea, right? Okay, so let's put some warm yellow on this. I'm just taking some slow dry medium. This brown is hopefully pretty dry. I'm going to blend in slow dry medium. And then let's take a look here. Get in there quick. You can get those egregious mistakes out. Come to the other side. I should also point out, like when I'm painting, I'm not on camera, I'm often turning the canvas all the time. I'm rotating it and upside down, onto the side, whatever is easier for me. When I'm doing this on camera, I want to try to keep it mostly upright so that it's easier for people watching. But just as a kind of a side note, you don't have to keep the camera vertical the whole time and contort your body into all sorts of weird ways like I am often doing. Do whatever feels most comfortable to you. So I'm thinking to myself as I'm painting this, do I want to add a little bit of pink in here? I think I might. It is kind of a nice little touch that she's got in hers, so I think I'll do that. I can see that this yellow I've put down here has certainly calmed down a lot. Oh, remember I said I was going to put a little bit more of it, right? So let's just do a bit of that. This is my cool yellow in this area here. Just doing a quick little touch up here. Adding a bit of white in places where I saw too much paint underneath there was kind of driving me nuts, so we'll fix that shortly. Okay. Maybe I'll come down here. Let's add some black, which we haven't done anywhere else as of yet. So I just put a little plop of black there, but we don't need much of it. Put some black on my brush. Let's see, I'm just going to take a little bit of this dark blue that we had from before. Just a tiny bit of glaze medium just to make it a bit thinner so I can reactivate some of this dead paint. So I just had a tiny bit of black on there, right? And I'd be curious to think, like, what do people... this painting is called Memory of Father. And so you kind of wonder, like, what... Even though this is, you know, so there's... It suggests that there's... Even though this is... It looks abstract, that there's meaning behind some of these shapes. So it makes us kind of start looking or trying to literally read the painting. I'm curious as to what people think is actually going on in this image. Her father died when she was, I think, 10 years old, 9 or 10 years old. And she probably did not see much of him before he died because she was traveling with her mom. They weren't in the same city. He was in, like, Louisiana while she was in New York. So what are these images? What are we looking at in this painting? That's a good question that I do not have the answer for. Okay, so where else needs some love? I'm just gonna, I don't like these little spots up here. Okay. I got a bit of white that I need to add back in there to... Oops. You can see how you can just start spending hours and hours touching up the painting. So at some point you just need to say, you know what, I just can't imagine it getting much better. Let's leave that. So I want to tackle this area here. I'm going to take my cool red. Didn't I put some white back on here at one point? Let's steal a bit of that white. And put a little bit of slow dry medium on there. Doop 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 doop. Okay. And again, I'm just going to wipe that off because it was pretty saturated, and sometimes you get like other colors sort of trapped in there from the mixing process. So. Just have to let that dry. I'll just blow dry that really quickly. Actually, I'm gonna see these little waves that she's painted. Okay, that underneath that trumpet-like form. Okay. Oh, everything's very wet. Am I going to need to blow dry? I was going to start doing things before I blow dry, but I think it's still so wet that... So, let me see, if I turn the painting like this, and then I want to get these wave shapes. Hopefully I'm not going to stick to the canvas there. So I'm just taking some white with a little bit of slow dry medium, just so that if I want to blend it, I have that option. And then let's just come in here. hover my hand a little bit over here. These little ovular shapes. To me it looks like sound waves or something maybe coming out of a trumpet, but right, just soften these edges a bit. And as I'm softening, I'm kind of just dragging them towards me. Think about like where that blend you want it to happen. I was a bit more heavy-handed than she was. Maybe while I got white on my brush, let's do some stars. And I think I'm going to have to rotate that canvas. Oh, keep missing it. There we go. So this is probably the best part of the previous version of this painting that I painted last week before all my tech shut down. So let's just zoom in a bit more. Maybe I should do these ones that are inside the painting a little bit further. You know, little things like this are tricky, and especially if you've been painting for hours like I have. Don't be too hard on yourself. Take it slow. I mean, this kind of thing all comes down to brush control and learning how to use your brush to do small details. And stars, you know, it seems like it should be such a simple thing. But it's often like the most simple things when it comes to painting are the ones where we get tripped up. And if you've been painting for a number of hours and I don't know about you guys, but my vision, I wear contacts, and if I'm after painting for hours, my eyes get a little crossed. I notice, especially, I can be fine with my painting, but when I go and my wife and I sit down at the end of the night and try to, we look at photographs we've taken of our daughter that day, and often, like, my eyes are, I was like, oh my goodness, I have a hard time seeing the stuff on the phone because my eyes feel all crossed from painting. These stars might look a little funny when I turn the canvas around the other way, but we'll see. That's definitely... Okay. You also don't have to paint these stars at all. You don't have to paint all of them, and you don't have to... You could paint one of them, you could paint more of them, you could fill the whole sky up with them. If there's parts of your painting where you felt like they were a little splotchy and you weren't happy with it, then maybe this is you could cover those areas with a star or two. I mean, it's unlikely that it's even, you know, a connoisseur of Agnes Pelton's paintings probably it would miss them completely if you added an extra star or you took one away. I don't think they would even notice, right? Okay, mercifully, one more star here. And this one I'll paint yellow over afterwards. Although you could see, like, she painted it yellow and almost like a red halo around the edge. Maybe while I'm right here, I'm just going to touch up, you know, parts of stars if I was unhappy with them. Here's a bit of warm blue, and I can just go in there and kind of make some of things a little bit more pointy. Okay, so let's look at this on this side. Little funky stars. That'll dry, and I won't. Okay, so let's add some yellow to this. I think I'm going to put the warm yellow. And just come back here, touch that up. And then what is left? I guess there was this pink area. You know, there was stuff on the trumpet too, but I kind of like the trumpet right now. I'm just debating inside my head right now if it needs any more love and all, or I can just walk away. I think I could be pretty happy with the trumpet like that. Blue. So let's add some. I'm just gonna. Yeah, it's a cool or warm blue. So let's get a bit of. That. So this is warm blue with a little bit of white in it, which helps cover up a few things. So now I'm debating, I was thinking about putting her signature at the very bottom right down here. I think I'm going to do that. And then I think I might be done for the day. So to make that signature, I'm going to make a brown. Take some of my warm red and warm yellow and some blue. And mix that up. I just want it kind of a darker brown to stand on top of the lighter color. And that's what she did as well. Okay, and then it might be worth just, before I jump into that, is just to write it out. So probably lots of dead air with that music playing. Just the sounds of me breathing heavily. Or the microphone rustling against my shirt. So I apologize if it sounds, the audio is a little off today. But there's always something that is a little bit off today. I wonder if I'm trying to think of an episode where everything went according to plan. There have been times where I've done paintings I'm super happy with, and then I realize I wasn't recording it. There was that time a few weeks ago where I began the episode and things were going great, and then I realized I wasn't even broadcasting live, and I was like, why is no one commenting or saying hello? Or that's definitely different. Okay, I see that there's definitely more that I could do here. But I think I can live. Oops, I don't want to turn it. I just want to zoom out. Well, I see little things in here. I did say I was going to be done, but I think I just need to where's my brush? Not that brush. Just taking a bit of the magenta red here. Just rub that paint off my brush so that I can then, got a dry brush, I can just brush. Feel a little bit better with that. It looked just, even though it's not the exact color that was in her painting in that area, this painting has to live on its own, remember, so. Okay. Yeah, definitely not as dark up here. That wouldn't be too hard, especially now, to start doing some glazing with my darker blue and just keep getting a little bit darker and darker to get this vignette kind of quality there. I could do the same thing, darkening down on the bottom. Yeah. I don't know. I think, yeah. I think I'm okay walking away from this painting like this. I will say this is definitely, for me and the way that I paint, one of the more difficult paintings that we've done. And when you look at it, it's like, if you don't know anything about how to paint, or you'd look at it like, oh, it's fine, whatever. It looks a cool painting, sure. And if you saw the Mona Lisa side by side, or at least the version that we did, you'd say, oh, the Mona Lisa is way more difficult. I would say this, for me, this one, because it just demands, I think, what's interesting is we're using all of the exact same techniques that we used in the Mona Lisa, or the girl with the pearl earring or whatever. but just in a very different way. I think what makes it for me a more complex painting, and maybe a little bit more difficult and maybe even a little more stressful painting, is because we're doing all of those little things that we were doing in the Mona Lisa on her cheeks and stuff, but we're doing it over large areas. So rather than just, doing a little bit of blending in a small little section of a painting that's very complex with lots of different facets in it, here we're doing that many, many times over a large area. And that's a really tricky thing to do. It's like doing the same thing over and over and over and over again. The same complex maneuver over and over again is just more difficult than doing it once or twice, right? Because it's like synchronized swimming, right? Which is a beautiful sport, but if one person is a little bit out of line, or a chorus line or anything like that, it looks like you can't help but see the problem, or the person who's a little slower, or isn't kicking high enough, etc., or splashing too much. So it's the same sort of thing in here, like little areas where things are a little bit darker. There's a little edge here. They pop because everything else is. So that's what's so challenging about it, is that if it's not perfect, there's little parts that kind of annoy us because they're not perfect. And that's, I think, one of the geniuses of Agnes Pelton is those surfaces are pretty darn close to perfect. And, I'm convinced that she was using this exact process. Obviously, painting in oil paint, and there's, that's a whole other thing. But doing in this very kind of careful, methodical, small little brush strokes and blending them in, I'm convinced that that's exactly how she painted her painting. But she just perfected it, like more than any other artist that I can think of off the top of my head. I'm sure there's probably some other artist out there who's certainly not as well known. Or at least not as well known to myself. I'm sure there's other people that know how to do this really, really well. But she, I don't know how she I guess it was just, this was images that she wanted to put down onto the canvas, and she was just determined to do it regardless of how difficult it was. And that's, I think, that is the definition of a great artist right there. Is like, there's something in my head, I want it on canvas, I got to figure out how to do that, and I'm going to just work at it until I figure it out, until I perfect it. And she did it. Like, we haven't even really looked at her work. It's funny because, this is the second time I'm doing this episode, and I sort of skipped over some of this stuff because I thought, oh, I already said that. Well, I haven't said it today. So just as a quick little review of just who she was as a person, she was born in Germany. Her parents were both Americans, and they met when they were in Germany. And they moved subsequently back to the United States. Her father was wealthy. He was a I don't think it says here. I'm trying to remember what he invested, I think, in in some sort of plantation down in the southern states in Louisiana. And there was a lot of money from that either was just the land or whatever they were growing on that plantation. And so her and her mother, they had enough money for them to do a lot of traveling. And there's lots of very wealthy people out there that have lived and are out there living right now, who just take their money and just sit on a patio somewhere sipping martinis and shoot their whole life away down a glass, right? But she had that opportunity to have wealth, and she took full advantage of it. She went and studied with many of the best artists of her time. She, you know, traveled to all sorts of different places to, we're talking like in like the early 1900s, when tourism as an industry was still relatively in its infancy, right? And she went to like Hawaii and or does it say somewhere in here? I think it says something, all the places she traveled to. Obviously, she ended up. I don't want to. I need to kind of. Let me see. She was one of the artists that exhibited in this very famous show called the Armory Show, which, if you haven't heard of it, was this art show that was like one of the most important art shows of all time. Really, I mean, in terms of North American art history, it is generally regarded as the single most important exhibition of art ever held, because it was really the first time Picasso and Matisse and all of the avant-garde artists from Europe exhibited in the United States. And it was really the first time that any Americans who didn't have the opportunity to travel, or even those that did, because this is like 1913 this exhibition happened, so that's at the very beginning of very, very early beginnings of Cubism, and like a lot of the avant-garde art movements like Vorticism, all the isms, Fauvism, Pointillism is earlier. There's a few other ones. There was a lot of isms at the beginning of the last century, just like there were revolutionary political movements, right? So all of that was happening and came to the United States in New York City. And what was interesting is there was, I think, maybe 70 artists, and about 30 of them or so were Americans. And a good, I would say, maybe a third of those Americans were also women, which is considering, again, 1913, the fact that there were any women in the exhibition at all is just like, mind-boggling. Even to this day, there's still many exhibitions where it's mostly white guys in the exhibition. So the fact that back then they had that many women was remarkable. And so she was included in the exhibition. And that brought a lot of attention to her, because there was tens of thousands of people going through this exhibition, mostly to see the Picassos and the Matisses that were in the newspaper, and scandal of abstraction. And so people also saw her art. And this is an example of one of the paintings that she was doing around this time. Obviously, this is like 4 years later, but it gives you an idea of the kind of art that she was doing. And you can start seeing some of these abstract motifs. There's some sort of a tree, flower, and a figure. And then obviously the work becomes more and more abstract. The woman that was one of the main sponsors or patrons of the Armory Show invited her to come down. What was her name? Mabel Dodge Lewin invited Pelton to come visit her in New Mexico, where she lived, in Taos, and that sparked a revolution in Agnes Pelton's art. She went down to New Mexico, saw the kind of famous big sky in the American Southwest, and was just blown away. And that began essentially her migration from the East Coast to the Southwest United States. And she subsequently then went to Cathedral City in California, which is really basically Palm Springs, right? It's like Palm Springs, Cathedral City, and what is the other they're all, like side by side as cities as they expand. I mean, there probably were, I think when she first moved there was really like a couple dirt roads, but now it's like they've blended together. But anyway, so in the kind of the interior of California is where she settled, and she had sort of like a small I guess you kind of call it like an artist colony, where because again she had some money, and so she would invite artists to come and paint with her. And subsequently, this is the Armory exhibition I just mentioned. Just want to point out some really great videos. I've linked them in the video description below if you want to know a little bit more about her and things that she was influenced by. Here's the Agnes Pelton Society, which exists to this day. In her house, I believe, yeah, it's in. I think it's in her house. They're sort of preserved her house in Crystal Cathedral or Cathedral City, California. As I mentioned before, here's the exhibition currently at the Palm Springs Museum until early September. Some reviews. I may or may not have. I haven't mentioned Georgia O'Keeffe, but a lot of people talk about Georgia O'Keeffe in this, or at least Agnes Pelton, in the same breath as Georgia O'Keeffe. Both because they were very inspired by the New Mexico, California desert landscape, and also because of the way that that landscape influenced their art and the kind of abstractions that they created from it. Obviously Georgia O'Keeffe is one of the most famous artists of all time. Certainly the most famous American female painter of all time. And then right up there with like Frida Kahlo, Georgia O'Keeffe would be probably, and Yayoi Kusama would be really the top 3 most well-known female artists of all time, I would say. And then in Canada, Emily Carr, you'd add that to that list. I would say, honestly, I mean, we did a Georgia O'Keeffe painting. I love Georgia O'Keeffe, a fantastic artist. But I gotta say, Agnes Pelton, I think she's just a better artist. She's certainly from a technical point of view, from a talent perspective, like light years ahead of Georgia O'Keeffe. Like, I mean, Agnes Pelton, I think, is gotta be one of the most, just as a craftsperson, one of the most talented artists of all time. And I'm throwing her in with Leonardo and Raphael and Rembrandt, etc. The fact that she's not as well known, like, I mean, can you imagine we tried to paint a painting like this? I mean, are you kidding me? And there's very few artists alive who've ever lived who could make a painting like that. Here's a photograph of her when she was younger. I think this is an interesting title for this article. Like her paintings seem very contemporary, right? Like, this is not really the type of painting you imagine anyone making, almost 100 years ago. And considering, if we think about like the kind of paintings that were being made, between World War I and World War II, Cubism was the most popular style of painting, and this is what she was doing, right? Like very colorful painting, whereas most Cubism, or at least there's analytical Cubism and synthetic Cubism. Synthetic Cubism is a little bit more colorful, but really they're very monotone or toned down paintings, and hers have these exuberant colors, right? So she really plowed her own path throughout her life and throughout art, and probably was a bit of a lonely existence, and that you could see why the Transcendent painting group really embraced her, because they were like, wow, that is somebody who's an amazing artist. We want to follow in her footsteps. Like, look, are you kidding me? Like, that is just a gorgeous painting. Oh my god. Yeah, there's more I could talk about, but I think I gotta call it a night here, folks. Thank you so much for joining me and for painting along with me. I also, again, this was the second time that we began this painting, and the first time we did this, it didn't go. It was definitely one of the low points for me as a teacher, and it was not a pleasurable. But it afterwards. Not only did I learn a whole bunch of lessons about how to approach this painting a second time and how I wanted to paint and kind of basically figure it out through the original painting I tried to make. I came to understand how she was painting her paintings, which was that was a huge important lesson. But I think the other thing that I came away with as I was sitting down later that night feeling, oh, that was a real drag, all that time and all these people who tuned in and watched and it didn't work. What I came away thinking is like, oh, you know what? It's important for me as a teacher to have that, to be reminded of that experience of super deflating frustration where the painting just does not go the way you want, and where you almost feel like giving up. You're like, oh, man, like I don't know if this is my thing at all. Maybe I'm just not good at this. That, which I know from talking to many students over the years, have that experience very frequently, right? Where it's just it seems like every time you paint, it's discouraging. And it's just like, why am I doing this to myself? Why don't I just pick up some other, activity that is going to be more fulfilling and can make me feel better about myself than this thing that I keep trying to do that is just constantly frustrating. So I think it was really good for me to have had that experience of a painting that was the first time out of 178 episodes where I just gave up because the technology and the paint wasn't, it was too hot down here. And it's helpful for me to remember what that's like, because I know that many people probably watching me right now are looking at their own painting and are like, man, that does not work out. I don't know what I'm doing here. This will be the last time I watch this show. So I just want to say that and I even was thinking over the weekend, like, oh man, I don't know, maybe if I just carry on with with my normal schedule and pretend like that episode didn't happen, and I'll just do a different art, because there was somebody else I wanted to do tonight that I bumped. And it's like, so for me, what's very satisfying is like, you know what, we gotta finish this. There was a bunch of people who started this painting and didn't get to finish it. Maybe they were having success and mine wasn't working because they obviously different temperatures. And so for me to come back and finish the painting and do it the way that I think I'm very happy and proud of the way this turned out is very satisfying. And I just want to remind people that can happen, right? Just sometimes it doesn't work out the first time around, and you just persevere a little bit, and then when it does happen, when you turn it around, when you go from your first version, or first two of these were like, oh my goodness, right? Miserable failures, that when you rescue, I didn't rescue these paintings, but I rescued the overall goal of to paint the painting. Doing that gives me a tremendous amount of confidence. So I can only imagine this painting or any other ones that people struggled with and then were able to kind of overcome it, how satisfying that would be for people. So anyway, it's just a reminder that every painting is a lesson. It's teaching us something, and our goal as artists is to try to absorb that lesson, is to figure out what is it I'm supposed to be learning right now. And if you can learn something from a painting like this, where everything goes wrong, then this was actually well worth the time spent on it, right? And it's not a waste of time. It's, you know, anyway, I could go on and on, but these are thoughts that have been occupying me over the weekend since I got my vaccine, which everybody should do out there. If you're watching me and you're still wondering if you should do it, this should be a very, very good idea for you, certainly, but also your fellow humans around you, and anyone in your life who especially might be vulnerable to getting sick. Okay. That's my public service announcement. I'm going to go have some dinner and then go to sleep, everybody. We will see you in a couple of days. On Thursday, we're going to paint a painting of Superman, the very, very original version of Superman, and I'm super excited about that. So stick around for that. Please like and subscribe to the channel. If you'd like to leave a donation, small or large, there's a PayPal link below, and if you want to send a check or money order, contact me through the Facebook group. I know some people mail things to Emily Carr, the university where I teach, but I'm rarely on campus, so it'd be better if we coordinate something than you do that. Not that I don't mind. It's very pleasurable to go there and to pick things up, but again, it could get lost because I go there. I've only been back once in the past year and a half because I'm just teaching at home like I'm doing right now. Okay, everyone, enjoy the rest of your evening. Way too much talking for me. I'll see you soon. Good night, everybody.